Then we can scare the shite out of him. Don't do that to him. In the last 2 weeks, got over 60 hours in the game. Right? It's amazing how fast you build up hours in the game. I'll probably put up about anywhere between 150 to 200 hours every leaderboard. I just about hit 1450 now on my total hours played. Is it worth it to have more than 21 workers? Like, is there a cap when it's not gaining of the overseers, etc.? What was that, Tiger Monkey?
I just screwed up a save.
Oh, no.
It's alright.
Can't be doing that. Hopefully it's not terribly bad.
No, it's just my normal that I was doing.
Just your normal playthrough. Okay,
So I'll
okay.
just start a new one.
Yeah, more than 21. I guess it would depend. 20 is the minimum you would probably run on a non-DLC save. Um, you could run more on the DLC side of leaderboard. Billy Bob has like 50 workers for some reason. I had a leaderboard where I had 36, and it basically just gives you extra workers to retrain if you have workers that get sick. So if it gets too hot, your workers get heat stroke, and you need to keep running, you can quickly retrain a couple of people, throw them into the spots of the sick workers, and then when they get better, you can switch them back out. Same for like winter digging. If they get sick because of the cold, you'll have extra workers to retrain. Um, so it could be beneficial. I would run a minimum of 20 though. You have a tier 5 wash plant with OA trommel due to no breakdown on it. The reinforced trommel doesn't break down either, so you could go to all tier 5 on that as well. So you might as well bump it up. All right. We are. I see a tiger monkey. We're going to raid out. We're going to raid into Tiger Monkey. He's been hanging out in the chat here. At least I think he's up and running.
I think it is. I'm updating the title, but are we at 4 days or 5 days?
We're at just over 4 days, so almost 5. Full
We'll
in
say
full.
4.
Have a good night.
We'll say 4.
Right, right.
Update. There we go. Updated.
Heck yeah. So let me see if I can find you, because I got the notification you went live. All right. Dilly Dog, you have a good one. Good night, Big Daddy D. Go and change it out now. Yes, yes. Definitely bump that up. All right, so we got, I'll double check, make sure it's going through on the raid. Start raid. Okay. Anybody on the YouTube, unfortunately, you don't get to go with. Get on the Twitch side so I can send you over. You can check out Tiger Monkey. He's good peoples.
Or on YouTube,
Up
you
and
can
coming.
check out Tiger Monkey.
Okay, yeah. Tiger Monkey. I need to get your YouTube so that way I could drop it in the chat one of these times. But yeah, look up Tiger Monkey over on the YouTube side. Tiger and then Monki. So he'll be streaming some more of the gold mining simulator over there. Let's see. Go to my stream manager thingamabobber. Hopefully it's reading stuff correctly. Okay, we're good. We're good. So, anyways, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate it. Appreciate the follows. Anybody that hung out did follow, subscribe over on the YouTube side. I appreciate that as well. And we'll keep going. How many buckets is best to use on leaderboard? It depends. At least 35.
At what point in
So,
time do you mean?
right, exactly. It depends on all that kind of stuff. So, a minimum of 35 is what I would say. 500, that's right. 300, 200, all the buckets.
As many buckets as
Not a
you can stay in.
problem. That's right.
Thanks for the raid, Washer Wagon. Thank you for the follows, guys. Demonic Dragon, Big Daddy.
Hit that follow button. Come on, y'all. Let's do this. Give him that follow. He's well worth it. I don't know if I'm coming through or not, but
you are. Thanks for
good
the
deal.
follow, Chameleon. That's alright, they can hang out and watch. I'm just starting a new save, so.
Yeah, do it to it. Do it to it.
Just pick up the pages here at the hotel.
Yankee, we got the raid going on. Drop the buckets. Get them buckets in the chat.
Golden buckets.
That's right.
Don't want to waste fuel, so I'm just running over here to get the pages real quick.
That's a good strategy. I'll do the same thing during a leaderboard. I'll run around and grab pages just so I don't waste fuel on the truck.
That's a long run to get to Bear Paw Lake.
It is. It really is. Or if I drive, I will go to a certain spot, turn off the truck, jump out, and then run around.
Yep. The factory's a good one for that.
Grinder! Alright, so let me I'll be hanging out in here. I just need to step away, get a bite to eat, and then I'll post like that controller and stuff I was looking at. Maybe I'll look at wireless headsets instead.
Alright. We'll catch you when you get
I'll
back.
be back.
Then.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple.
Alright. Alright, got those story pages. Now we can head back to the truck. Get the show on the road. I saw a strategy one of the other gamers was doing. I'm gonna try it. See how far I get. I don't know if it's viable for a leaderboard, but we're gonna try it. Well, it'll be new for me. Basically, he rented the mini excavator and bought the mini wash plant. Got some gold together, and then went and bought all the water pump and all that stuff to go with it, so he can actually wash gold and fill buckets. So we're gonna try. Need Alright, Grinder. Sounds good. Gold mining gods, huh? Well, I don't know if it's gonna work. I mean, Indy came up with it, so... The mic sound or the game sound? Let me check it. Is that any better? Alright. On our way then. Leasehold Arnold. Then we're gonna take the loan for Max. Go 6 months. Yeah, 6 will be good. Now we have $2,000 to play with. Hell's Bells? Oh, the church bells? Yeah. They're always playing. I don't know why.
I'm doing just this right now, actually. I was going to see how... I'm curious on what the nuggets are going to be like that we get on leaderboard versus regular.
Alright.
Like in the hog pan, you know?
Yeah, I understand. Hey guys, I will be right back. I have to let my dog out real quick. Alright, and I am back. Continue on this adventure. Yay, leaves us with $100. The heck, hitboxes are huge around here.
Just me, or are the mountains different?
The mountains are a little bit different. Also, the lack of trees makes them stand out more.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they got to take out all the trees to make the frames work better, then
Most trees that they've ever taken out is between the where the hood was and by the Zafira waterfall area,
right,
and by Fort Ripley, which leads to which is called Perks Valley now.
right,
Pine Valley.
Pine Valley. Yeah, I noticed all those trees gone there in front of the boat center and along the road. Alright guys, so if you've never seen it, there's a page right here on Old Arnold to get. Took me a while to find it, but that's mostly because I never asked. Oh, I forgot the railroad ones. Seems slower to me though. Mini excavator.
I think the hydraulics were slowed down. What I remember, the hydraulics are slower. I think it's always driven pretty slow though. But I can confirm the turning and staying in place a little bit better is good.
Yep.
Just filled up the hopper and went into town to get some buckets and everything else. With the nugget. I was watching Indy do this and I'm like, wait, so I don't even have to put shovel to hog pan if I do it this way.
Exactly.
So I guess Indy or either Indy did it and we learned, or he learned it from someone else.
I saw it from Indy, so I'll credit him with it.
Yeah, $100, that's enough to smelt whatever you get and then smelt the rest. So there's one thing I think I would change, and I did copy you. I did 6 months on the loan. I would just do like 3 months because you really don't need that much time.
Right. Let's see. Change the camera here. That part I don't like.
It does look like it grabs more dirt than it should.
That's
But I
3
think it's
ounces,
all
that's
in that way.
Yep. Get this page so it quits flashing at me. Back to town to get buckets and pump and all that good stuff. I mean, it's pretty much the same as the hog pan, you just don't use the hog pan. Yeah, they are a lot better running. You stay in place better. I still am not sold on the bucket when it gets the dirt, because it, like back there, it flashed in and out.
Oh yeah, it deletes a ton of dirt. Oh, here's the problem. When the bucket fills up, it just keeps going. It deletes all the dirt after it fills it up. It just goes right through the dirt.
Right.
That I think we should bring up. Like, it needs to stop filling or stop, not delete the dirt.
Yeah, because it loses a lot of dirt when you're scooping it. It flashes in and out, and you don't know
Yeah.
when it's full or nothing. So
It's worse when you can run your bucket through the dirt and it just deletes all of it because it doesn't stop it. Nothing stops the bucket when it's full. It just kind of keeps going.
especially if you're running it against the bedrock. Oops, I thought I set the parking brake.
Or it puts it in the bucket. It's just a graphic bug.
Could be either way.
Yeah, interesting.
Now we're here. I might as well get these.
Yeah, on leaderboard, I'm gonna collect the chests before I actually dig this, though.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you'll run out of fuel trying to get everything. So it's a toss-up whether you start and get some gold together first, or go around and get chests and pages.
Yeah, I never had an issue with running out of fuel. I mean, I've gotten low fuel, yes, but lately they've been putting the chests in a good locations, closer together.
Give me my bar. All 0.9 ounces of it.
Oh, okay, it does get stopped. I just did another test. Yeah, I think it's just a graphic bug. The hopper inside the mini excavator is the size of the next excavator up.
The small one.
Yeah, I think that's their hotfix. They just made it bigger internally.
We got more gold to smelt.
I've gotten 27 ounces worth of nuggets. What the fuck?
That's a lot of nuggets.
Yeah, I don't expect this amount of nuggets on leaderboard, but yeah, if I dig out this whole hog pen, I'll probably have like 40 or 50 nuggets alone. Probably skip tier 2. Straight to tier 3. On this normal playthrough.
Alright, so we need one of these, one of these, one of these, a couple of those, 10 of those. Why did it do a fat water hose? I don't need that. Oh, I do need a fat one. Definitely don't have enough to get the wave table, or well, I do have enough for the
Nope.
magnetite separator, but don't need it right now.
You go there, you process the whole damn thing, grab your wave table and nugget, or what is it called?
The nugget separator,
Magnetite, yeah, and then just process the whole lot. Doing that.
with the nuggets that you get out of it.
Yeah, so I would assume by the time you clean out the hole, even on leaderboard, I think you'd have enough nuggets to buy that.
Too used to using the damn tablet. Forgot to pick up my stuff.
And if you don't have enough, then just buy the damn drill and process them later.
Right. there's a deer right there. Elk, probably. It's not there. It's over here somewhere. Right there. And the other one. It's right there.
Yeah, there's just one thing we can't test is how much nuggets we're gonna get by doing this.
Right.
But I mean, we could always hog pan clean out a bucket and then purchase it. Yeah, speed it up.
I wonder if the nuggets coming out of the hog pan area um, go against your nugget total for the season. You know what I mean? If they go against
Sorry,
the
what was that?
do the nuggets coming out of the hog pan area go against the 425?
No, no, no. These are digging nuggets, not drilling.
Okay, so they're different.
Totally different. Drill nuggets is a totally different category. That's why digging and the hog pan, I mean, sure, you're still gonna get the same nuggets with digging. Um, but getting the little bit of nuggets out of here is just a big plus.
Right.
Because you're gonna want to get the easy digging nuggets right away to help you out later than getting nuggets like when you're already established on your Nighthawk or whatever. It's gonna be like kind of pointless then at that point.
Right.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because you're gonna have to tier 2 it up anyways on the claim, so you're still gonna get those digging nuggets early enough.
Well, I'm gonna try and go tier 3 on here.
Yeah, apparently FYI released a little chart. Tier 3 is hugely more efficient than Tier 2, but after Tier 3, it's like marginal. So absolutely rent Tier 3 equipment and just process the shit. Because I know Tier 2 is, like, they like to do it, but I don't know if it's really worth staying in Tier 2 for too long.
Yeah. Well, I think they
I
only
mean,
stay there for like 50 buckets or something.
since they're gonna do that modified strategy, like the what Ratcher wants to do, I think they're gonna do Tier 3 anyways.
Buckets. You want buckets? Okay, time to fire up the racket.
Whatever you do, don't fall in the hog pen because you can't fucking get out. The walls are just like cliffs.
ounces so far.
Yeah, I'm at 31 on nuggets. It slows down though.
I wish it had a little bit of a hopper that it would save some of the dirt when you're changing buckets.
Yeah, or a notification that it's full when it's 100. So I've noticed that. It doesn't say shit, just sits there and fills up, deletes all the gold.
There used to be a lot of notifications for different things.
Okay, we'll fill up 10 buckets, and oh wait, I actually got 2 more in the tap. Let's go get those. Forgot about those. Yeah, this hog pan is probably going to be about 20 buckets total. But if I had the processing stuff, I'd just process it, keep going.
Should be able to afford it with 30 ounces of gold.
Right, but the digging nuggets are going to be different, I believe. Even if we got 8 or 9 ounces out of the hog pan in digging, so maybe like a third, depending on what they programmed, it should be enough, I believe, to get the wave table and the nugget table.
Yep.
And then you need a fuel tank as well. For the drill, and then, yeah. actually dig this thing out now with this excavator. Before I would have to like give up after a little bit and get the small excavator.
Right. Hopefully that fills this bucket. It does. Come on. Hell. Scoop it up and lose half a bucket.
Hope it's old Arnold this time for the challenge.
Yeah? Why is that?
Because the pay-to-win challenge, if you think about it, it's like you would want to start on the lowest claim for that. I said, old Arnold, it's fun.
Out of fuel.
Yep, I brought 6 fuel canisters to refuel and keep me going. Everything else fuels up fine, but it's just the excavator that just guzzles it.
Yep.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Luke.
Did you have a good dinner?
Oh, more leftovers. Pretty good, though. What kind of headset did you get, Tiger Monkey?
It is a... It's a Corsair. It was $70, but it's a Corsair wireless. It's like 54% off or something like that.
Okay, okay.
I can post a link for him if you want.
Yeah, I'll check them out. If you like them and recommend them.
I love them. They have a decent battery life on them. They sound good. They're also
Yeah, Mike sounds good.
7.1 surround sound
Okay.
headset. So they're 36% off.
Please hold on. There's probably like a share button on the picture, maybe.
Says they're Discord certified.
I was looking at some. They're like Corsair HS65 surround. The one I'm looking at right now.
These are the Void RGB Elite wireless.
Void?
Yeah.
Corsair Void RGB.
Wireless.
I'll look that up.
And I didn't find them in the Corsair store. I found them just in their headset list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found them. Yeah, Discord
$69.99.
certified. Exactly.
But I'll be right back. I have to go make my wife a sandwich. So.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So what do you think about the strategy?
It's interesting. It's new-ish.
But is it viable?
I mean, so the thing with leaderboards is it's not a sprint; it's a marathon, and really you have 1 week to pretty much get to where you want to be and be digging, and still be able to place on the board. Typically, the beginning strategy isn't the most important part of it, um, so I think it is viable. I mean, doing what you got.
Yeah, I started it and Panthos came on and said he's doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean it's a good idea.
You do when you start leaderboard, you get nuggets out of the hog pan area, and then once you rent the drill, you get nuggets out of the main area until you get to 425 ounces. Um, the nuggets in the hog pan area are finite as well. I'm not sure what the max is, but those are separate from the main claim. So you want to drill for up to 425 ounces.
Yeah, the hog pan typically has 6 to 7 ounces. It's going to take a while to get that last little bit to go from 6 to 7. So typically 6 is what you want to get out of the hog pan, nugget wise.
So doing this on leaderboard, it wouldn't give you the 30 whatever. It'd give you
No,
6 or 7.
you would if you dig out the entire hog pan on leaderboard, you'd get about 7 ounces in nuggets out of the hog pan area. If you use a hog pan the entire time.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I guess leaderboard would be more like hard mode then for the nuggets out of the hog pan area.
Well, it's just more of a set cap. I mean,
Well, you don't get nuggets.
it just depends. Right, it just depends on what you're planning to do. So, if you dig out the entire hog pan area and run it through the hog pan itself, 7 seems to be about it. If you switch over and you start running it through like the mini wash plant and stuff, you should be able to get a few more nuggets, maybe 1 or 2 more. Not much. Um, there's just something about that area. There's just not enough dirt in there to justify more and more nuggets.
Right. Well, this one stopped at about 34 total.
Yeah, typically outside of leaderboards in a normal mode, you'll you'll see it cap out about between 30 to 36.
So we'll get like 7 ounces with nuggets.
Yep. That's what he said.
During a
And
leaderboard,
then
yeah.
with the chest bonuses and everything, if you dig it all out, you should end up with like 25 ounces, maybe more, by digging it all out. Maybe.
Well, I would expect it to be similar to the normal mode. Like, leaderboard is basically a normal mode when it comes to gold distribution.
Yeah, I mean, usually
Like
I'd
your
get
normal,
30 ounces out of the hog pan. And
right.
yeah, so that's enough to get everything you need for tier 2.
Well, in the hard mode, when we dug that out, didn't we end up with like 60 or 70 ounces at a hard mode on that? And then it went to shit on the main claim?
I don't remember. What am I doing? Getting my gold bar. Too used to fueling Franks to jump out the truck and grab the fuel hose.
Yeah, I like indies. Little minis. Just rush to the minis. Max loan. 3 months. Yeah, that's perfect. You get $100 to play with. I mean, I'm sure the if you go grab a bunch of shit, it'd be cheaper, but those are the pages and the chests and
Well, it's going to depend on what the prices are on leaderboard. If the prices are higher, then it's going to put a kink in it.
I don't know, like if they're tweaking the general prices of everything for leaderboards now, but I know they tweaked the mini wash plant. Man, that fucker is so expensive compared to what it was.
Yeah, I know. It used to be like $400 or $500.
Yeah, I think it was 800 or 900 last I bought it.
It was 905 when I bought it this time.
Right. Yeah. So it's up there now for sure. It's expensive. The mini D excavator is very cheap still though, but I think you have to pay to move it. I forgot it's $200 to move it to claim.
400.
Yeah, so it would be like the rent fee plus that. It really cuts it pretty close if you can do that.
Yep. Stupid ladders. that water was going? Welcome back, Grinder. Did you have a good dinner?
I'm surprised the Indies birthday channel's still there.
Oh
I
yeah.
left it there for now.
Are you planning on doing tier 3 through the claims? Kind of get more gold efficiency? Or
Who, me?
thinking Rasher and the challenge?
Oh.
I don't know what I'm going to run yet. I'm going to hammer it out a little bit more. Probably Monday, Tuesday. Figure out what exactly I think I'll do.
I got about 20 ounces out of those buckets.
That's not bad.
Yeah, average like 215 a bucket or something like that. Mini wash plant was 905. And the T2 plant's like 4,000 something.
Yes.
I don't know. How much is the nugget cap for the mini wash plant and a T2 plant each?
I don't have that info.
I wonder if there is a nugget cap for those. Drilling has to be one of the most boring parts of the game.
What's that? The start? Just drilling?
Just the drilling.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's only taken 3 hours to get this far.
Easy.
I didn't bother finishing. I was just like, why am I grinding this? I just wanted to figure out if it works, the ND strat works, and figure out. Because I mean, I didn't watch it start to finish, but I was like, wait a minute, what is he doing? Why aren't you getting the small mats and the sluice?
Well, in leaderboards, you don't even get the maps.
All you have to do is get the small wash plant and the small excavator, and you go there, fill up the hopper, drive back, process your gold, and then you have enough for fuel and stuff like that. Just not enough to process anything. So, but you don't need to worry about processing it. I think it's a waste of time outside of because it's only going to be 1.5 ounces of gold per bucket.
Is that what you average? These machines need a little bit more power. Come on, go up the hill.
What do you think the devs are going to do about the so-called reporting their rusher? Have they said anything about it?
Don't know. I have no idea. I don't think they're going to do anything, honestly.
I mean, unless there's a really huge thing being done by you or Indie, since you guys are now in-house. But other than that, Indie's or Split's just being a little baby. But yeah, I mean, we don't need to stoop down to that level and bully the guy.
Right. No. We got it handled. And like I said, we're just gonna focus on getting ready for leaderboards. We're enjoying the DLC, and whatever drama happened.
At least he knows now we're not just gonna sit and take it all the time. It's like just I don't know if he's truly impacting things or not, but things like everything comes out of his mouth is what's gonna happen, which just sucks because it's coming from higher up.
And it's stupid they take his word over everybody else.
I think it's wrong because he hasn't played the game in a long time. Sure, he came back. Are they trying to get on Split's good side? Probably.
Well, he's got a contract to promote the game.
Apparently, unless he lied to me, I have chat messages stating he doesn't get paid shit. He just does it of his own accord.
Right, that's what he says, but he's still got a contract.
Well, I mean, unless I see the contract, does it exist?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just hearsays.
That's exactly right. It's likely hearsay, or unless Rasher knows something we don't, or can't say anything. He probably can't say anything, but...
I mean, biggest thing is Split is very much a showman. He's great with marketing, and I have no problem with him being part of marketing if that's what they choose. But that's the choice of the company, Code Horizon, and we don't have any say over that kind of stuff. And I do enjoy his content. I still watch it from time to time. I mean, that's what I've told everybody, really, is, I mean, you don't have to pick a content creator side or anything like that. I mean, we're all here for the game, and that's what we want to do, is just enjoy the game. And if his content appeals to you, then so be it. You shouldn't have to limit yourself to just one side or another, or just one content creator. Differing viewpoints and ideas, that's kind of how the leaderboard side of things have grown. I mean, watching Ray's play, Face play, Cass play, Billy Bob, I've learned things from him. Watching other people.
I mean, just because I want to see his content when it comes to competing on the leaderboard, I was really hoping to see it. I mean, I wasn't threatening or anything. I was trying to just say, hey, dude, it's okay. You don't have to be at the top. Just play, compete, be a part of the community again. Sure, eventually things will calm down and it'll be fine, but he just outright refuses to play it, so properly.
Well, I mean, that's his choice. If he doesn't want to play a game, there's no reason to make him play a game. So, and as cool as it would be to see some of the old players come back, or some of the greatest players compete against each other, Phrase, Face, Split, all of them come in and play. It would be amazing to watch, to be a part of. But, I mean, just like the olden days, you have sports greats, they retire. I mean, it would be amazing to see, like, Babe Ruth go against Mark McGuire and Ken Griffey Jr., and you just bring in all these big,
even
people.
It seems like it's becoming a trend now for some hired people to come back to play one last time, or like with Mike Tyson coming back for a payday. And
Right. I mean, yeah, it brought a lot of hype. We were all excited for that, and yeah, it would build the same kind of hype. But if your heart's not in it and it's not something you want to do or commit to fully, I mean, why do it? I mean, sure, the community would love it, but you as the content creator, you as the competitor, I mean, it's going to leave you filled like unfulfilled, really. So. And I mean, I don't really know his reasons or anything. I'm just speculating, of course. Because for me, like, if my heart's not in something, I mean, even in the leaderboard, I've been at points where I'm like, man, I really don't want to do this. I'm just kind of doing it because I have to. And you can tell, but when I'm into the zone, like last leaderboard, I had a blast. Started a week late on there. It was that fight to catch up, and then it was like, am I going to make it? And, you know, it was that kind of excitement, and it kind of re-sparked me and wanting to play leaderboards more. So your heart kind of has to be in it, you know what I mean? Not to hijack Tiger Monkey stream or anything.
No, that's okay. I agree.
That's okay. So
You can definitely tell if somebody's heart's not in the game or whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Well,
Nice
Lynn is
gas.
definitely in the lane of I'm just playing it to play it, and I'm extremely casual. I'm like, and then he's also doing it because it's trying to attract new players, and he has to probably play a certain way. Nothing too crazy, nothing too complicated. Just casual gameplay.
If you're watching his playthrough now, he's doing kind of a role play in a way. We know how he can play. We know he can fling dirt. And he's just kind of showing off the different things. He's using the cabin. You know, it's a role play, just chill, play the game kind of thing. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, I should check out the cabin, try to set up a washroom, just do like bring some buckets there. Maybe I'll end up doing that during the leaderboard, just because I think the concept is pretty cool. Though, I mean, I just wish they didn't put it all the way over there, and maybe put it like next to one of the north or south locations, and you would have like a clean out room where the action happens. And then I'm fairly certain most people would actually use it.
And I think a lot of people will still use it. It's mainly going to be your leaderboard players that don't, because everything for us has to be efficient. We have to have things close by. The more time it takes to clean, the less time we're digging. It's a whole different mentality playing the game in two different ways.
I mean, tier 6 is going to make it so much easier to bucket save and bucket hoard. You might need like 10 buckets. That's maybe 20 instead of like 500.
Yeah, you'll see some big jumps, definitely.
But still, like, I don't know, man. Like, unless we do some clean outs on leaderboard and see what the numbers are, still seems like the gold. I mean, it's good you figured out I did test on the workers, not carrying over, so it makes sense. That's maybe why, because you probably did a test with tier 5 with no workers, right? Or did you do a test with workers?
No workers. Everything was balanced without workers.
You had no workers and you did the test, right? So that's why tier 5 is pulling ahead of tier 6 in a way because of the workers.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Which is a significant bonus, don't mind, but I think they should, because all they can really do, they have one worker to work with to make the bonus, so it needs to go from like 1% to level 10 shaker worker to 10% level 100 shaker worker and just leave it at that. And of course, the levels the worker is in between would be an increment of that percentage bonus.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense. I don't know if 10% is too high or too low. I feel like the workers add at least 10 to 15% to the wash plant.
Honestly, I would just like to see the workers work with it. So let's start there first, and then we'll start playing with some numbers.
Well, the thing is if they don't work, it's because they didn't factor in any bonuses. They didn't code it.
Well, I mean, you're
Oh,
using
wash plant.
workers. I mean, you're using a shaker worker that should work, but it's not. But then your
Yeah.
sluice box workers, they could have used an ST. They used a TDJ sluice box worker, so it's a worker that's not even meant for that piece of
Oh,
equipment.
the T duplex jig ones, yeah, they don't go on there. The thing is, that's why you're gonna have to put more bonuses on the shaker.
You
Like
could.
the shaker worker, just put the entire worker bonuses you would have collectively normally get on tier 5 and just make that one worker that powerful in comparison so it's more balanced. Take the collective bonuses of the bonuses to the wash plant and move it over to tier 6.
I mean, it's simple. I'm sure that they've got the answers,
They did a
and
good job with
once
mats. Mat swap works. I have no problems with that. Of course, having a level 1 or 2 worker on there would be really annoying. Be like, okay, you swapped some of them, but not all of them. It's like, what's the point?
I mean, it's all doable, and if we get them working, it could be that. It could be as simple as, okay, can we add an additional worker to the game that's specifically for those mats? And then at that point, you don't have to adjust the output of the shaker worker. You could just have a super high collector of the mats. So
I
it'd be
wouldn't
a
want that
specific
because by
worker
the
for
time you
that.
get to tier 6, you can finally unlock the worker that goes to it, and then you have to grind and level them up. And yeah, I like the way it is now. They just need to get the shaker worker to increase the yield. And I still honestly think they should add a nugget trap to the plant, a nugget piece or something, where you have a worker on that, and then you have a bucket for that. Kind of like the ST, uh, the ST sluice box. Is that the right one? Yeah, I think that's it.
Yep.
Where it doesn't have to be just like that, because that is the nugget trap. The but in a what seems to be more of like a minor scale on that plant. However, they would design it, because from the Gold Rush to show, when you have a big riffle like that, you would see there would also be a nugget trap somewhere, other than the mats. But if they're just going for simplicity and arcade sake, then that's fine, I guess.
I mean, I get that, and I know you're saying adjust the shaker, but if you adjust the shaker, that's going to adjust it on the tier 5, so you're really making no more progress than what you started with.
No,
And
you're
that's,
adjusting the shaker on the tier 6 wash plant.
It would
The
have to be
worker.
a separate worker then.
Then I guess we'll have no choice but to get a separate worker then to fix it.
that's what I'm saying. All you need is one separate worker, and that would just be the sluice box worker specifically for that. And it's not hard to get one trained up because you can always do the same method we all do, and that's get the
Yeah,
retraining,
you would.
retrain it, and max level.
Once you own everything, you'll just skip a season or two and do it. I mean, it's annoying to have to do that, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Or allow the worker to be recruited early, and people would be able to grab that worker, and then you can only really get it when you have 0 items. So that might be a strategy, right? To get random workers, hire the one that's for the tier 6 shaker with nothing, and then just deal with paying. I don't know, that worker might be extremely expensive, though. You have to haul that worker throughout all your progress.
I mean, yeah, or or you just retrain them at the end. Either way.
Oh, that's right. You
I
can just
mean,
keep a worker and then do that. Yeah. I don't know why I forgot about that. Just have a spare trained worker and then do a training crossover for like 150K.
yeah, you
Um,
only need two of them and you're
that
good to go.
worker retraining costs should be 150K minimum just to train and cross over that worker.
Right, right. Maybe that's my thought
So
on it is you could definitely do like a super highly trained guy for that output
he
and
would be at
stuff.
70%, but like whatever, it's fine.
Hmm. Hmm. So,
Oh, where the fuck did I put my phone?
I don't know. What'd you do with it? So I have just upgraded my headset for the first time in many, many, many moons.
Yeah? What'd you settle on?
I went with it's a Corsair HS80 RBG wireless. It's similar to what you had, or what you have. It's got the flip up mic and all that kind of stuff. It's also got the light on there to let you know whether you are muted or not. So I
Mm.
like that. Battery life is a little bit more than yours at 20 hours. But essentially it's like the same headset. A little bit more expensive, but after looking at everything, I think that's what I need. Uh, After I checked all the reviews, things like that, I think it's what what I need for the streaming and video making, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So it's basically got the same omnidirectional microphone, captures the voice, flip up, mute, all that kind of stuff. But I think the only real difference is just the extra hours on the deal.
I have a really basic microphone. I was just curious if I sound okay with it.
Yeah.
It's
Sounds
just
fine.
like a really tiny omnidirectional microphone for like $10, and I was just curious if I should upgrade or not.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I think you sound fine. The only reason I'm upgrading is I'm running a USB cable from the PC across the living room under a rug, basically, over to where I sit, plug it into an Xbox controller that then has an adapter in the bottom of the controller that I can plug my headset in.
Oh, I
So that
see.
way I can. It's a whole jury-rigged system, and I'm
Oh, I'm
tired
just
of buying
at a
Xbox
computer.
controllers.
I just sit at the computer. I just plug it in and got my keyboard and my mouse, my dual monitors, my speakers. And you know what I have, a $99 desk. Cheap out there, but
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the 28-inch 4K 240 OLED panels to come out so I can upgrade my Gigabyte, which is 144 4K, but it doesn't have the OLED panel. It's like fancy stuff. They're really expensive. Like most monitors in that category that I'm looking at are like $8,000 to $1,000.
Wow.
Yeah, the monitor I'm staring at now was more like 400, and then the other one was probably like 125. But the colors on the LG monitor I like them better, but the refresh rate's 60, and that's it. So I'll use that one for videos and stuff like that, like just regular movies and anyways, I'm gonna hop off. I'm just watching some Game of Thrones, trying to get caught up so I can watch season 2, the new one. Seems like a quiet night, so I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thanks for hanging out.
Enjoy the gold mining.
I will try to. Do you see what Billy Bob wrote in the chat?
I did not.
It says they could simply add the top mat on each 4 slots on this T6 and would add another 412 ounces per mat and bring a single swap another 1650 ounces and bring it to 8250, which still isn't 30% above a T5, but would be 1178 ounces average for the 7 swaps.
Possibly. I don't know. I mean, yeah, we got to figure it out. But first, we got to get the workers to work on the thing, because right now the workers don't work on the thing.
Right.
So.
Yeah, if they don't get the workers working, then it won't be worth it to go to tier 6 in the last lane.
Right. Okay, I'm going to pop back over and start communicating now that I've finished. I wanted to make sure I was going to get the headset here before the start of Leaderboard, because I really don't I don't want my stuff cutting out as bad as it has been while
Right.
I'm trying to do a 16-hour stream.
Right.
So,
Alrighty.
okay, now I'm back in here. What do we got? What do we got? We got Billy Bob talking and doing things. Billy Bob, if you want, I've got numbers and things from when I did the test today, so I can probably drop them in the Discord. I still have to report them in the in-house, but the good thing is, by doing the test, we did find a huge issue. So. All right, I just dropped it in the gold mining sim chat. I figured it'd be easier to write it out. That way you could see it. I know it took a few minutes, but I think it's understandable. Although it'll probably confuse the hell out of you. Only because he's going to compare his and you know, I did stream it, so it's all there. It's all fair. What do you mean 100 ounce difference across a full mat swap versus 7 on a T5? Like the difference between the workers ones, like a T5 worker setup versus a T6 worker setup? Yeah, that's what it looks like, at least in this case. But the funny thing is, when I was running your numbers, the with workers, your 1133 and your 1093. there's like a difference of like 3 to 4%. Mine was a 2%, so it's pretty close to about the same. So I mean that part lines up. The part that doesn't line up though is your without workers tier 5 versus your without workers tier 6. That's where it gets weird. Right. That's why I was looking at it percentage based way instead of looking at like a total number. Percentage is a little easier, you know. So where you're sitting at that, we could very easily say the difference between the tier 5 fully staffed or full workers versus tier 6 where the workers don't apply is a 2 to 4% difference. I'm sure the change will be different once they get workers to actively contribute a boost to the tier 6, but looking at my numbers, it's basically, even though they got workers, the workers don't apply. Right, send the save file. I might mess with that. But I think the biggest thing is just finding that the workers don't work. And so I'm going to post that into the in-house, and that way they are able to look at it or verify it. It just might be that the TDJ sluicebox workers aren't coded to work with the tier 6. And same with the shaker worker. He's only coded to work to the 3, 4, and 5. But the only other thing that kind of stands out that FD's testing is kind of a little interesting. Basically, what it is you could build 2 of the tier 6s and also have the tier 5. Ba-ding!
So much.
Trouble.
Wait.
Yeah. So much easier.
So
No, what I was saying is we also found that if you have both of the tier 6 wash plants built, right,
yeah.
and the tier 5, if you plug workers into the tier 6s, even though they don't apply to the tier 6s, at the top it makes it say it goes from 4.5 to 5, so on and so forth. So you can add another 3% wash plant efficiency at the top, and we're going to test that to see if that affects the tier 5 on the plant, on the claim. Because you could essentially, as of right now, probably supercharge your tier 5, because that's the plant that's being being upgraded or applied to.
Okay. So you're saying that if you set all 3 plants up, have workers assigned to every slot on every plant, that the workers from both tier 6s would actually give like an additional boost percentage on top of what the tier 5 already gets?
Right. So, like, if you build a tier 5, as we've seen, it's a 4.5 boost at the top of the worker tab. It's just like wash plant efficiency or whatever, 4.5. If you attach workers to the tier 6s, you could put 3 workers, so that would give you 1.5 for each one. it would boost it to 7.5. So one of the things we're wondering is, you said that you trained workers and had them attached to both of them at the same time. So
Yeah,
you may have boosted your tier 5 wash plant efficiency from 4.5 to 6 and didn't realize it. So that
could
might have
be.
skewed your numbers just a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean the big thing is like the numbers that I got compared to the numbers you got don't really matter in relativity. It's more or less the percentage difference. And if you guys figured that out with like workers ain't working or whatnot, then that's really all that matters.
Right, yeah. We discovered that that's a huge issue. The other issue being that we're getting 40% instead of 30%, which is what it was prior to them fine tuning it to 30%. So it's possible that a uh, previous version was released instead of the version they wanted. So those
Mm-hmm.
numbers will end up being tweaked back down to what they want. So,
Right. Well, I
but
mean
at
that's
least they'll get the
fine.
workers fixed. That's the idea.
Yeah, because I mean, if you can take apples to apples, where it's going to be workers to workers, and increase it 30% of what you're actually getting out, that would make it worth it. It's just really hard to, without the 30% boost, go, okay, I'm going to go from Nighthawk and really not gain anything, except for
Right,
saving a little bit of time on a cleanup if you're not as fast at doing the cleans.
right. Now, the only other thing being, if if for instance, I know Big FD is going to test it, you get that extra 3% boost to your wash plant efficiency on a tier 5, then that kind of overpowers your tier 5,
Hmm.
right? So
Well,
then going
yeah.
there might be worth it.
Or, you know, if that's the case and they can't uncode that or they don't change it, I'm almost wondering if you couldn't just set the two tier sixes up and a secondary tier five on that claim and just get the boost on Nighthawk.
I don't think it'll work that way. Because if that's the case, we could leave everything on all the claims set up and it would boost everything altogether. I think it's per claim basis.
Okay.
Like
Well, I mean,
loading instances, it's how you're able to tab into different vehicles as you get closer. So like if you're at the sawmill, you can tab in on Nighthawk, and if you're at the factory, you tab into vehicles on OA,
yeah,
like
yeah.
separate quarters loaded in. So
Okay, so if that's all the case, I'm just trying to think. So if we get the extra efficiency and you go to say like my number where it was 11 something a mat swap. Oh, where's my sheet?
1133 724 is what you had with workers.
Yeah. So if I go there and I gain an extra, call it 100 ounces of mat swap on a tier 5 system, and they don't change or get the workers to work prior to leaderboard,
Mhm.
that's where I don't know if it's really worth going over there, because without the workers working, the tier 6 is basically not worth the money unless you're slow at doing cleanups.
Right. Well, I mean that's part of why FD's running the test, because I think he's going to hook everybody all up into their
Mm-hmm.
spots, get the 7.5 instead of a 4.5 at the top, run the mats
Mm-hmm.
on the tier 5, then get rid of the workers and run them again with just a 4.5 boost. Get rid of your tier 6 workers
Yeah.
and see if it does make a huge difference. Because I mean, 4.5 efficiency to 7.5 is almost double. almost double the efficiency.
For the worker portion, yeah.
I mean, the wash plant portion is what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Oh,
yeah, I
so I
mean,
mean,
if that works for him, I'll load in my save and see what my difference is, because we all dig different. We're on different dirt and concentration levels, so the numbers will be skewed some, but
well, that's why you run the percentage, because the percentage
yeah.
is going to be pretty much your thing. That's how the numbers work in the coding as well. Because I got to see that. So it's all percentage based. It's not
Right.
number exact number based. So um, if he does that and we see a huge increase by just doing that, and it actually affects the tier 5 by having workers on tier 6, it might be worth it to go over and run that side. I mean, it's going to be expensive to set it up, but I
Hmm.
mean, that could be late game max gold, you know, on a leaderboard.
Yeah, you'd have to take like 2 turns through Nighthawk before you'd have comfortably enough cash to go over there, but then you still have to worry about then it still runs into the prep of the claim and the constant prep as you go down layer by layer kind of thing. I mean, I know
Oh,
we
yeah.
can reach almost halfway down with that one, but shit, you still got 3 lifts.
Right, right. Um, but yeah, I don't know if they'll get workers working by that point. I think the only way to balance it to where you'll get 30% with no workers and 30% with workers is to introduce a new sluice box worker specifically for the Orange Beast.
See, and I'm surprised they didn't do that because it would probably make the coding so much simpler for them.
Right. I'll toss it out there, with my findings after all this. Like I said, I'll go into in-house, I'll post it. That way they can get things ready for the leaderboard update that we'll be testing next week. And hopefully they either get it figured out or they'll do an update in the middle of the testing for the leaderboard. So that way when we drop it, like
It's
Grinder said,
ready.
please don't release an update in the middle of leaderboard because that screws up the whole map rotation and everything for everybody.
Yes.
Um, that way when they just upload it and we go, we just go.
Yeah. I mean, if they can't get it fixed before, just leave it until after, maybe next leaderboard. It'll be
Right, just
better.
like they did with the mini, which they're like, it's freaking broken. We know the leaderboard's going to be skewed. We'll change it
Yeah.
when it's done, which was good call. Wait till it's over.
Yeah. Yeah. God damn. Yeah, depending on what they get it to and how they change it to, I think later today or tonight, because it's Sunday now, I'm going to look and see what it's actually going to take or be like to strip that down and see what percentages I'm going to give up. Because if I take and I level out the area around like a 2 by 3 square and turn it into like an extra 2 squares behind it and around it, whatnot. I know I'll lose some of the top gold, but that's usually the shit concentration. So, but if it drops it to 25 meters, 26 meters, you should be able to pull that out in 2 lifts.
Right, right. And I know they're working on that hitbox, and I wonder if Indy was having issues with the arm on the excavator on Nighthawk because that thing should lift or lower more than what it does, down to like 13 meters or whatever. It should definitely hit a little
Oh,
bit lower, I think.
yeah. So I was actually able to clean down to bedrock in certain areas, and I was 13.8 to 14.2 in depth with no flattening on top. But what I found is you have to have the dirt if you look at the side view of it, the tracks and the excavator, you have to have the front edge of the dirt back to almost the center of the front idler wheel where the sprocket goes and drives it. And if you have the dirt back that far, it'll actually go all the way down like all the other ones do.
Right. So yeah, it's just it's if you can find a way to efficiently do it. I know Phrase is already saying he doesn't plan on going there, that the map needs reworked. So
I don't know if it really needs reworked. It's more or less the disappointing portion of the tier 6 recovery rates, I guess, as compared to what you can get staying on Nighthawk. Because we know what Nighthawk is. You know, you'll get between 20 and 80k on a turn through Nighthawk, depending on your map. Well, we know it takes you, call it one in-game day if you're putting in a bedrock road. If you use that monster one, even if you have to use the fell, it's basically almost non-existent to be used. The problem then is you're going to have to run 2 to 3 Frank lines, or just run 2 and have it. You're waiting on it, but even still, if you boosted your production numbers 50% above what you could do prior, I mean, now you're talking somebody like Face, instead of doing 12 to 14k an in-game day, he could be doing 20, and that's before the new claim. And that's where it gets tough, is you look at that and then you compare it to, if we're going to have an extra 1 or 2 in-game days of between setup, dozing, and all the other stuff to get the dirt and gold out, are you going to be able to produce the same amount of gold over the same time between the prep, the setup, and everything else?
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I plan on playing it safe unless something drastic changes, like you're saying with the cubic meter concentration being good all the way to the top. Basically, taking the squares from Nighthawk and putting them on that claim, just making them twice as deep. You know what I'm saying? So the golden egg squares, and it's possible they could do that.
Yeah. It kind of sucks, because I love the claim. It's amazing. I love the fact that we're going to have to take our time and open it up and spend more time getting the gold out, and that we have so much more gold per square, even though the squares are bigger. It's just the fact I don't think we can have enough production out of it as everything sits at the moment. Or at least I don't think I can. Because it took me... I like the north one because the water tower's right there. So if I'm going to set up on the north one, by the time I get everything set up, the boxes, fuel tank over there, cables all run, I'm already, I want to say, close to like half a day in, or a full day, I mean. And if I'm already a full day in on that, like, you haven't dozed, you haven't set up the Franks, and it'll just be interesting to see what they do.
Exactly.
It'll be interesting to see too if they keep OA in the rotation for the leaderboard claims, or if they take it back out now that they seem to have fixed the Rivertown for free glitch.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping we go back there. The only issue I have is when we opened up the previous leaderboard save, like Fanthos said to check the pricing
Mm-hmm.
before the release. When you went to the bank, it had Rivertown free.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's just the glitch again or if that's going to be the next claim. I'll know more later, or we should all know more later. So.
Yeah. Either way, it doesn't matter. I know I did everything as skimpy as possible. I've been doing a start, and I basically got to like 423K and the ability to take like a $270,000 loan. So I'm basically like 100 to 110,000 short going to Nighthawk without digging a crumb. And that's what I'm doing now, is digging out the hog pan with the small and the mini wash plant and seeing if that would give me enough between the two, or if I actually do have to go out in the claim. Excuse me.
Right, right. Hmm. Sorry, I've been typing it in house. I just wanted to report that. I know it's their weekend and they probably aren't going to fix it, but because it
Yeah.
is coming up to leaderboard, they might take it in and make it a high priority. So,
Yeah.
what the hell? As it shared in Indy's Discord, that
Uh,
somebody stole a tooth off of his claim.
Tooth?
A tooth. It's like theft part stolen. Someone stole a tooth. I didn't
Huh.
know that was a thing.
I,
And he showed another picture. They literally stole it off his damn excavator.
fuck. I
Holy
was thinking
crap.
an actual tooth, not, but damn.
Somebody jacked his excavator tooth. I didn't know that was a thing in this game.
I didn't either. I didn't know they were taking parts off of machines on the claim now. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken the battery before. I've seen that, but who's gonna jack a tooth off a damn excavator?
Me to
Apparently,
replace the one on mine that broke.
Apparently. Holy crap.
Hey,
apparently they were that hard up.
I'm gonna close out my stream.
All right, well, shut up.
That's all right. I want to thank everybody for sticking around and watching, and thank you for all the follows. We shall be here tomorrow sometime, or later today, wherever you are. And another countdown day to leaderboard. Thanks again, and have a good night.